2024011905555. Conversation with SchallohQuor, FekTorLem, and CleighPah about Krem system and questions that I have and things that don't make any sense to me, and just general understanding, trying to help me relate to the system that they run in, especially coming up on questions of mathematics at scale and how to do basic functions, and if they don't do them how we do them, well, how do they do them? We already know that it's functional mathematics, so it's procedural. It's not, you're not locked into a damn equation every time you approach something. It's more malleable, and it's more applicable to real world and systems in particular. It's an algorithmic approach to mathematics. So in that, here we go. SchallohQuor koparawe chiri me to koparawe. Shebreka te chiri mata o to fo. Heck you woman. Marco to te vige me no bata wo je. To ver o marco to ru chu kru e je amawa. Ciò, ho tocco fare ma? Ciò? Kai? Fe o ce mă mă tu gru ai ție ce ma? Okay, ce mă tu curva bon ce va. To bo curva no ma bo chu gru English te ra te curva no ma bo cu chu no ma no Germany ek te ra ki ti ra ma wa ce. Ka wa ce? Ko, ce mă cu tro. Ciò. Hado ajere mai to ru guvre ma wo ja kire ma ta wona English sucks. Ta obok to ru ko chi amna. Ka gar vi ma ma ta boy. Okay, jere ma ke tro. Je mer ka fidra ma no ma chuka. Are you sure? Okay, thank you. In this application, okay, we'll back up here. Krem or Krem system in this application is a standard base unit of measure for applications related to sizing appropriate for tactile interaction by people and applications in celestial environments. And Krem system refers to a system of functional mathematics and algorithmic design used as the logical basis of range processing systems, which are analog in design and are very much faster than digital computers in all complex systems applications. Range processing systems have exceedingly much quality and finesse superiority over digital systems, including in whole experience applications, which may include all sensory stimuli transference in unison, for example, experientials, which allow replayable experience records of synchronized audio, visual, tactile, smell, and taste using a standard experiential interface specification. So taste is limited. Because it's chemically reactive and it's different. Okay. So, addendum. And taste, limited because it's chemically reactive in nature and differs depending on physiology and nomenclature in a specific grouping. using a standard experiential interface specification. Well, we're going to fix that. That's how it's supposed to be. By law. My law. And it's been broken almost everywhere. Break my law, you see what happens, yeah? Okay. I didn't add that on purpose. I am insinuating that in the tactile. Right. Yeah, I'm limiting it in the tactile aspect. Well, I'll just explicitly say it here. Sexually toned is prohibited. It is prohibited. It got broken all over the place, man. I'm gonna start making it the case that if people do that shit, they're gonna lose their dem sex organs, man. Fuck around and find out. Anyway, yeah, so, yes, I would. No, if it's explicitly said and specified in the law, which it is now, and they still do it, knowing that and being warned of it, and they still do it, you're a eunuch. Congratulations, you have a P-tube, and that's it. No. It matters that much. That was one of the fundamental things which brought principality down the last several times, man. People were so irritated that I would prohibit that they were willing to fucking murder me. I'm not doing that shit again. You can just lose your dick if that's what you want to do. Okay? Uh-huh. Alright, continuing. Krem notably offers very simple and fast musical score creation and a whole host of other applications which may be complex production tasks using common electronic or other interfaces on Earth. And we can get into that when we explain it further, because we'll do a section on the music. Right, on the movement, symphonic movement, right? The symphonic movement sleeves. Those are fucking cool too, man. I really like those shows. I don't know if they do them anymore, do they? It's ancient already? Damn, dude. We came out with that not too long ago. Yeah, I got to go to some really good shows. Very fucking cool. Yeah. So people are pretty good at it now? Yeah, it was a brand new thing. It was hot whenever I went. Some kids came and picked me up and we all went. It was cool as shit. They had hard lives, and they blamed me for it. They always related it to that. Oh, it must be because of him. That happens a lot. Anyway, continuing on. We had a great time, though. It was fun. we cut up, and it was hilarious. Oh, they cracked me up to no end, man. They had me laughing so hard. Because they were just fresh on everything, you know? Like, service age, yeah. 18 to 20. Average. There was a couple that were a little more in the, or a little older in the group, but yeah, right about there. You know, the mischievous age. Anyway, they thought they were gonna come here and punk me, and I got to talking to them, and they're like, "Do you want to go with us to do you want to go do something?" I'm like, "Yeah, let's go, man." And yeah, so they ripped a composite, and we tore out, and we did a bunch of shit, dude. We went all over the place. That was before this configuration, so yeah, you've got, no one in waking memory of that, do you? Wow. Okay. Shit. That makes me feel old, dude. Okay. Yeah, I'll try not to get distracted. There are several major variants of Krem, including the most common derivatives from base 10 and base 12. Base 12 is no longer used. So it's all a base 10 specification now. I will say there were okay. There were several major variants of Krem, including the most common derivatives from base 10 and base 12. This definition... Alright, this definition focuses on base 10 because it's most universally suitable and has been consolidated into a standard implementation. Base 12 was seen as convenient for cyclical or periodic applications in particular, which includes real geometric analysis, angular velocity applications like momentum differential and transfer, energetic transfer, particle physics, and celestial interplay. So it's an interaction, not interplay. Okay. Base 12 is was generally reserved for use in highly technical dynamic environments, where base 10 and base 12 were mutually available depending on modular application systems. For example, territory and contents can be mapped in base 10, but extrapolation may be more conveniently determinable using base 12 algorithmic design. Just think of the benefits and trade-offs of a Cartesian versus polar coordinate system. Okay. Yeah, I know you don't. That's because, yeah, it doesn't. How do you do range mapping on that, right? You guys use range map still, right? Okay. Just checking. Because that shit's better. It's like a series instead of a two-dimensional. I mean, everybody here is trying to solve complicated mathematical issues using a two-dimensional approach, and it doesn't fit. It doesn't work. You have to go at least four-dimensional or you're not even getting close, right? So you use range mapping, yeah? Okay. So Cartesian versus polar coordinate system except in four dimensions: length, width, height, time, or XYZ time, versus radius, segment, start, stop, angle, vertical, horizontal time, or distance, segment, start, stop, heading, bearing, time, among a plethora of other cartographical representations. Yeah, we just use range map, right? Like even for snap map is on range map still, right? Yeah. It's like, why would you do anything else? It doesn't make any sense. Okay. When considering calculation speed in particular, base 12 may make more sense, but in general, base 10 is preferable. Calculation speed. What I mean by that is anything that involves trigonometric functions or pi. Pi, Pi. So, in particular, those using pi or trigonometric functions, base 12 may make more sense, but in general, base 10 is preferable. So, pi trigonometric functions. I'm going to put this in parentheses, man. In particular, those using pi trigonometric functions vibrational translation functions, constants. How are those different from trigonometric functions? The dimensionality. Okay. So it's the dimensionality application. So the vibration, you wouldn't just consider an oscillation. It would be the oscillation, the revolution, the rotation, all of that at the same time. Or oscillation on three axis at least, plus time, which can also oscillate. So four-dimensional oscillations. And that's what the vibrational translation constants are, right? So it's like pi, except for it's so you don't blow shit the fuck up, right? You don't have a nuclear breakdown, for example. nuclear reaction when you're trying to high compression. Gotcha, okay. And so, what was the other one? Tensile torque functions. So you have, in particular, those using pi trigonometric functions, vibrational translation constants, tensile torque functions. Trajectories and complex tethering scenarios. And compositing realignments, among others. Those are the main ones though, right? Okay. Base 12 may make more sense, but in general, base 10 is preferable. Pi coefficients, right? So, okay, I know you guys have a functional equivalent to pi and Krem. What is it? Alright, we'll get to that. So it's basically a precision set. You have precision sets, functional constants. So what do you use for pi? Wait a second. I gotta look at what our fucking definition of it is. It is. It's just like you said. Oh fuck, so you don't even use it. You just do the damn calculation because it's better. Yeah, see shit like that. It would be better to just know what the fuck it is and use it than to try to give it some rounded shit that doesn't, So what do you mean by pi coefficients? Oh shit, so instead of using, like, you apply the coefficient to the relational definition and then it makes your circular computations cleaner? Huh. I'd like to see the logic to that, man. Because it sounds more efficient. Okay, anyway, moving on. Krem base 10 is an ergonomically based standard. The main design concept in Krem is that every technical solution must be applied holistically, considering all ranges and all things of consideration or presence, and that all processes have a fundamental interplay of functionality. What people on Earth would understand as mathematics is a subset prerequisite to algorithmic capability, making the study of the discipline integral to understanding Krem. In Krem, math is not a differentiated subject. It is integral to the Krem system and is approached always in functional terms. So the system design philosophy is to approach every solution as a whole system design, whether the consideration is large or small. The presupposition is that if a correct solution is required, the solution must be fully articulated. As a result, range processing systems are thus highly capable in working with real objects as functional input parameters in highly advanced systems. So what do you call them? It's not range processing. What do you call them? Instancing systems? Yeah, nobody would understand that shit though here. Instantiables. So range processing systems are real instance capable systems, right? So you would call it, roughly translated then, would be like a real instance system, right? Okay. In Krem systems, simulation is minimized in a method called extrapolation, which copies a whole system input into a controlled instance and runs a furtherance of logical component, object, and system interplay for projective analytical purposes. And makes a four-dimensional report as an output, right? Okay, makes a four-dimensional report consisting of spatial definition and time progression as an output. Generally. When would you not do a spatial definition? Oh, in all so in all applicable compositor paradigm ranges, right? So it wouldn't just be one thing you go through, it would be this, 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 this. It would break it up into every way you could look at it. By default, yeah? Okay. Is there any compilation time between creating each report set? Damn, dude, how fast? Well, I do, but I mean, how fast for you when you just for purposes of the recording, I know how fast it is, but how fast can you do, say, precision to the millimeter accurate mapping for a year of every object in our solar system and all those who would go through it, or which would go through it, known for a year? How long would it take to compile all the reports on that and composites, including tethering composites? Less than 1 second. That's not bad. Okay, so yeah, for the whole configuration within and without, all the way to the everything within and from fire to fire, dude. It runs at the same speed. Right, because there's no breakdown. It takes the whole input, both cases. So as fast as you can get that, I can get that. Well, you need more training. Yeah. Anyway, yes. Yeah, you can do that in your head. It doesn't exactly present and articulate like this would for extrapolation, but the understanding of it is there. Yeah, it doesn't try to fit it into a measurement system, and that is one of the keys to understanding it all at the same time, is you don't scale it. It's all proportional. You don't try to map it into something else, you just take it for what it is. Yeah? And then you can take something this big and make it this big. Yeah, because there's no necessary articulation of a standard. It just is what it is. Well, that was the original approach, man. That was the original approach to math and all of this shit, dude. We didn't have, like... We didn't look at something and be like, oh, well, let's think of something else and figure out what this means to that, and then apply that to everything. It's this is this, that is that, that is that, that is that. This is the arrangement. This is where they are. Okay, now I have this whole grouping. This is a group. Now I have this group, this group, this group, this group. Okay, that's a group. Now I've got this one. You see? You don't like, oh, okay, this is 2 millimeters wide, and let me figure out, well, okay, how wide is that compared to that, compared to that? You don't do that shit. You know, this is this, this is this, this is this. It is. Yeah, I know that's a real vexing issue for you guys, is you cannot crack that nut on the time compression differentials. You don't know how the hell I'm doing that. Nobody does. It's gonna stay that way too. Yeah, I'm not gonna tell you, man. Maybe never, dude. Because for me, that's the difference between life and death, man. I'm not telling anyone. No one. That's kind of like asking me where God came from. God the Father? I'm not telling you. How did he do it? I'm not telling you. Never, 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 never telling you. Never, 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 never. Okay? It's just inviting disaster, and I've had enough of those, haven't you? Alright, moving on. Extrapolation is generally very accurate in advanced Krem systems, which can accurately map as finely as the fundamental level universally. In this universe, that is Habinabs, in real time using a system called SnapMap. SnapMap relies on monitoring tether stores in fucks, such as the ones used for what is understood as gravitational linkage. Tether stores are convenient because they are accessible through the high compression layer, having no delay in the transfer or observance of change of effect. This is evidenced by gravitational observation, which at celestial scale can readily be seen to have immediate effect from one object to another, no matter how far the two are separated. As long as they reside in the same universe and have compatible fucks, reside in the same universe and have compatible fucks. SnapMap is a calm military confidential system and design, although there are many approved non-military system integrations that use SnapMap, like Snap Medical. Snap Medical provides real-time, precise, non-invasive visibility into living biological and other systems, but medical care is its primary application. There are many other systems and system integrations that use SnapMap, including gating, logistical transfer, and real intrinsic value, hard currency, or basis of value accounting systems. You guys still integrated like that? How did that hold up through all of this? So it's proven durable, even in the worst shit. Okay, good. As a system of measurement, the scale that is based on the Krem as a fundamental unit of measure is also generally referred to as the Krem system. 1 Krem is that many meters. Yeah. Okay, that is accurate, yes. Okay, Krems are grouped in 10 place value steppings separated in the middle. So 5 and then 5. But you use a slash, right? So it's like a comma except all the way. It's pronounced, yeah? And then the whole thing is circled, yeah? So there's no fucking doubt. All right. The next definitive unit tier, each consists of 10 place value. Place value is called a scalar span in Krem, each also having 10 increments. Steppings over the previous. This makes the system ideal for people-sized applications, sizing territories, especially celestial systems, or for precision applications. It is noteworthy Krem does not rely on light years or any other velocity per time ratio as a measurement standard, because light velocity is not constant over vast distances, being distorted by various aspects of the universal composite, and so is the passage of time. Alright. Krem is used on most other worlds where interstellar travel is a reality, either using high compression, transfer envelopment, or gating, both of which have the effect of instantaneous travel from point 1 to 2 by utilizing a concept understood as seaming. You more loosely call it joining. Alright, let me read on and let's see if it fits. Seaming joins the placement of any two circumstances over a fulcrum, which can be universal or the universal or other high compression layer, a solid configuration that acts as a core binder for a scaled containment system. For our universe, other places of principality refer to it as called main. The high compression layer size for the universe is about 1 Krem in diameter. It is accessible using the transcendental physics applications. Alright. The stepping system is in Krem measurement fundamentals is convenient to reckon with for biologicals having 5 fingers on each hand. The typical configuration for intelligent, sentient, biological, or analog individuals. Thus, the named unit. You guys don't know any analogs? Do you want to meet some? They won't do anything to you, but if I ask them to, they will present. Okay. Do you need a minute to get your composure? They know they scared the shit out of you. They didn't mean to. Hector vida magto goro bajuita. Kamera atar bagir vana margo pogu burwaiti de managa terawa. Tan market tera matuku burwache ter matu for maktupo. Tetra tak na matuka tera tak tal moto gorbochana and the market wateri merma. Hacherema. Chom, kervanmo. Harakiti di vida mano gorbochi wata. Karamoto Gurmo Wacha, perché c'è una mano che ci ha hato, a te un moto moro cucere te ma ci vuole che te ma auto con frebo buju come. Ciao, o caporo. Hadi mo kapit medbur ku ji broma. Romero ku ji har karega. Har ku vura mo. Yeah, we're waiting on CleighPah. She's having kind of like similar to a panic attack. This scared her to fucking death, dude. She wasn't expecting the effect they have on you. It's they're very intimidating. Okay. Yeah. To most people. I know for us it's like, oh cool, you know, for everyone else it's like, you know, they just freak the fuck out, dude. She did. She's having a freak out session, dude. She's getting her composure. Yeah, they're probably going to give her, well, their equivalent of, you know, pretty high dose of tabulin. She'll be feeling fine in a minute. Tabulin and Camex. Oh, I wish, man. Kimini vi antira maktuko vera ma CleighPah. Hamangi yowa. Progo vremo, but check it out. That my thought took it in my hollow. I don't know what you could put away, Jim. Okay, pretty bit away. Well, those are analogs. Check it out to the bay to the month ago. Victory me, what to go? Actually, me a queen of my John. How to go to the beam? My book to row. Actually, make the whole quarter what you know, talk about what I'm out to very more. How chicken or man, what did you want? Huh? Not you. None here. Yeah? But there were. Yes. Remember, compositing. Para ka dito, bata aja kita bata para poco fino mo puktu tuk 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 haraka tera bata oru mana kufiro mo chopa na pik. Okay. Jamana ka tera wagi itu depan mat ko pro wichi no man wacha. Hamana ka tera wata ko bena mat puku tu bera ka tera mata ko ro tu kro e chere ma do pro ko tu bera ka bera mo puku tu aja kita ta oto meta o kufra pa pa chikere tero mo to pro ko je de mata o tu kura vech ata ko fo de bondo mo chiku ete wacha. Cho. Go to Fatima. Okay. Kufunamo. Ciao, okay? Hemmer go ver. Oro go ver me. Chimmer ko torbi o jina managwin. SchallohQuor. Kivrema. Argvirima. FekTorLem. Porokudemo. Chigavirima, CleighPah, Poroko, Chigavirima. Horoko verima, what I could do, what I know, most took a bowl, what go to the mother, to go away, you know. Come on, there, chicken with a matuku, wood, chicken about that, I gave it a matuka, a matu, took a very pocket, but I think about it, I don't want to go to water over a moment, you water. Chimmer gave it over the Marco to the Ichira. Horoko for a moment. Proko churuma, Hajiki Viramata, what to go about Autokurma, Chili, the limit to give Viramato Poku, the Karamato Koboraitia. I'll work about the auto, but you go to my toe, but get sorry, I'm a fucking retard. Jalaka de Automato Poco, but I've been waiting. Came by the way. Horka video one on my good away. Give it a more. Proko Giviri out there, a meteor, could you have Odomo? Had a good Marco, but wait, you know. Broka. Brock, gotta find out about the good what you did, man. What? Fukramo, Progo Giri, I did a magic or through. Yaktaravi, Oracle, and a man what good you got them on what you want. Faramakto. Chimeraco, Proco Giri, Vercadia, man away. Cow, give him more. I should have made a driver. How do you mean, Marca, what you get about your local bond? You want to go to good way? And Marca, if I got a good throw, did I? Oh, covering my wood edge, checking about Monocotua. The stepping system in Krem measurement fundamentals is convenient to reckon with for biologicals having blah blah blah. That was already said, isn't it? Oh, no, that's where we hit analog, and you guys were like, what do you mean by analog? Well, now you fucking know, don't you? That's what an analog is. Oh shit, right? Here on 3, that's what people would be like, that's an alien! Yeah, right. No fucking alien, it's an analog, dude. It's part of the family, man. So, okay. The stepping system in Krem measurement fundamentals is convenient to reckon with for biologicals having 5 fingers on each hand. the typical configuration for intelligent, sentient, biological, or analog individuals. Thus, the named unit stepping is not by the third power of 10 as in Earth classical numerical annotation, but the logical 10th power factor scalar, annotated in Krem as NF1, annotated as unit name NF1 in Krem. Yeah, that is redundant. You are correct. And is annotated classically on Earth as n times 10 to the 9th power, or also equal to n times 10 billion. The first power being the base of 10 and the next 9 residing in the exponent. The coefficient n is the place value scalar span allocation above the current scalar threshold. Right, so it would be next row. Yeah? Next row increasing. Next row increasing or decreasing, depending on fulcrum or directional. Yeah? Okay. This is interpreted and anglicized. The native Krem symbol is similar to an angled bracket, but at a wider angle, about 60 degrees, so similar in view to n right arrow 1. It is done here using F because this would be confused with greater than by those trained in the current mathematical paradigm. So traditionally in Krem, so I added on there just due to your explanation. Traditionally in Krem implementations, the symbology is agnostic as long as the representation meaning exactly matches the standard specification, because there is a wide language and symbol distribution Krem operates in. Here it is interpreted and anglicized. The native symbol in Krem, the native Krem symbol, this is the original one, right? Okay, so then It's the parent class, right? That's loosely it, right? The parent class. You call it the origination. Oh, okay. Origination. Okay. The origination Krem symbol is similar to an angled bracket, but at a wider angle, about 60 degrees. So similar in view to n greater than 1. It is done here using f because this would be confused with greater than by those trained in the current mathematical paradigm. Krem does not use the concept of greater than or less than. The equivalent expression is conceptualized by positively specifying the inclusive set using above and below, generally restricting the input set as a validation filter rather than the result of a functional evaluation after spending resources computing definitively disqualified results. This is algorithmically more efficient and more convenient to range processing, which is the processing standard required for advanced applications in transcendental physics, such as safely working with composite modification in medical applications. You could typify Krem as front-loaded validation standard. Front-loaded validation standard construction, right? Okay, tell me what you would say that as. That's what I understand as in the English words I know, but okay. Send it through Tremini and give me something that's not retarded. もううちぎびらもほろこってるも acceptably parameterized. There you go. Always. If there is a breaking functional deficiency, it is usually solved by addressing functional range parameter acceptability or by designation of an acceptable function. A new acceptable function solution. There we go. Okay. I know it's kind of a rough explanation, but I mean it does explain it. Yeah. I'm just looking to get something down for the nerds so they can look at this and go, no, this is fucking bullshit. Or actually, yeah, that actually works. They need to be smart enough to fucking understand it, though. Yeah? Okay. Krem also does not use the concept of positive and negative, since 0 is considered a limit or boundary, not a number or imaginary number. Krem instead employs signing as ascensionate. Krem indicates using an up arrow similar to a caret. So it's a origination Krem, right? So origination Krem indicates using an up arrow similar to a caret, but we'll stick with the familiar plus. Or descensionate Krem indicates origination Krem indicates using something similar to a down arrow V, but we'll stick with the familiar negative. Krem signs all numerical tabulations with this indication preceding the value accumulation or tabulation set. Okay. For example, of functional processing, a function definition would be expressed as fn with the parameter link name I1 is, above, below, up from, down from, consisting of set. Would you use not? Would you employ not? As an optional parameter? Or an optional logical operator? Is not, above not, below not, up from, okay, so it would be only applicable to is not, because not above is below, up from, and not up from is down from, and you would have a not consisting of set. Yeah. So you have is, not, and then a not consisting of set. So, okay. I1 is not, above, below, up from, down from, not consisting of set L1 conjunctions and or inclusive, X or exclusive. So it's either L1 set entirely or L2 set entirely, but not both. Or is set 1, set 2 both at the same time may be employed. So if you have a solution, if you have things acceptable in set 1, you can also use set 2. XOR is you have things in set 1, but you can't use them if you use what's in set 2, vice versa. Yeah? Okay. I2 is not, above, below, up from, down from, not consisting of L2. Evaluate using any additionally contained combinations of a function by E, link name, I1, descriptor L1, logical conjunction I2, descriptor L2, any procedural description of link name I. So, any acceptable procedural description and in any combination of link name I. Returning value as explicitly typed link name result okay, so it would be parenthetical, right? So in Krem, it would be anywhere you see parentheses, it would be enclosed in an ellipse, right? So it would, if it was nothing, there would literally be nothing in there, right? So if it was 0, for example, it would be, there'd just be nothing in it, yeah? So it'd be result or the empty. Further referenced as link name value, right? Or empty. Nothing, zero, or no return would be delivered as link name. Empty parentheses, or simply an untyped set with nothing in it. Anglicized as 0. In Krem, this is also used as a place value holder for nothing in it, but this is different from the explicit value limit concept of 0. One has meaning in a value set and the other has no meaning because it has no value or definition. Zero and nothing are synonymous in Krem. Where link name defines a functional name with no ambiguity and generally no scoping limitations, global, right. As long as it's in the same container, right? Protocols of trust. Functions would be explicitly called to operate on the parameters using an offset character indicating the need for evaluation, thereby differentiating between a call and a typing. So the function would be called for evaluation using special evaluation function E. So registration. E would create a register container of the resultant evaluation, right? And that's how you get that's how you're so fucking fast in your mapping efficiency, is once it's there, it has a register on it, right? That's why everything's so fucking fast, is you're not having to reallocate shit. Once it's there, it's there. So all further references to that result use that register because it's a function, right? If you have an input and a function, you'd create a register. So it would create a register, and then registers are ordered alongside functional definitions to increase performance. In the long run. So basically, as soon as you have, okay, you have a stable function that it's solid as fuck. So if you ever change that function, you just rerun the registers, right? And then that's along with, so you have your algorithmic expressions, but you also have like a key lookup that it checks when you hit that call. It checks both, and if it's got one that's already done, look, you just use the fucking result from it, right? No fucking way, dude. That shit's fucking awesome. You know how fucking fast computers would be if we did that? Well, what is the lookup index like? Well, right, it's in range, isn't it? Yeah? So it's fucking fast. Yes, I'm veiled, man. I know I built this shit, but I haven't seen that. I haven't seen the... You could call it source code. I haven't seen that shit in a while. Besides, it's extremely intricate. These were just fucking toys to me when I made them, dude. I didn't expect everybody would run their entire shit on them. They're just curiosities, man. So, I didn't realize it would be the underpinning of the whole fucking universe, dude, in terms of what people could do. Yeah, That's slightly frustrating to me, man. So the function would be called for evaluation using a special evaluation function link name, I want description conjunction and description 2, and if, what am I skipping? Okay, so where link name defines a functional name with no ambiguity and generally no scoping limitations. Global, as long as the function is in the same container as the caller. A controller is required to access any part of that which is within and an external from any externality. A controller is required to access any part of that which is within from any externality and is always governed by protocols of trust. Functions would be explicitly called to operate on the parameters using an offset character indicating the need for evaluation, thereby differentiating between a call and typing. In Krem, this is referred to as registration. E would create a register container of the resultant evaluation. All further references to that result use that register. Registers are ordered alongside functional definitions to increase performance in the long run. There is one aspect with logical definition and another with a registry of givens, then another with with solution sets. Range processing systems are extremely fast at determination and lookup because their simultaneous consideration set is vast. In other words, if that function has been done using a specific input, it has a given solution from then forward. If the function is revised, the solution set is built again on redefinition. The difference diff of each set is recorded as a rollback history, and the general approach is to review any functional discrepancies which may indicate current or past flaws in understanding or assumptions. This does not make Krem an assumption-based system. Rather, a design aspect and approach to Krem is to routinely perform integrity and consistency auditing of all functions and registers, even those with long-standing stability or consistency in usage. Krem seeks to match actual conditions as closely as possible in all things. A popular Krem design approach functionally as containers, thereby enabling definitive persistence and concurrency in all considerations almost simultaneously. And that was my pet project, man. In other words, like, if your heart beats, your fucking snap map representation, it moves right the fuck along with it, man. As soon as I do anything, I have a history. Like, yeah, that's how that shit works. Because I'm defined literally as a functional container in a lookup. And so for that frame, yeah. Framing So periodically keyframe Okay, so let's see. Krem also employs framing, a concept that completes all enclosed system container state definitions in one pulse and indexes it by serialization. This provides a very thorough audit path for all considerations of a system at all times. Compression is employed to set the frame index base, then only record differences from there forward. Periodically, a keyframe is generated that records all aspects, and everything between keyframes relies on compression. Differentials, right? This maximizes Krem systems in many aspects, including having a very high degree of fault tolerance. And enables very high processing speed capability. Let's just say capability. So the function the function would be called for evaluation using special evaluation function E. E-link name I1 descriptor L1 conjunction I2 descriptor L2. And if the equivalent to setting a variable would be desirable, it would be indicated as either a functional evaluation or explicit definition with a functional typing explicitly indicated in a special assignment function A. Which creates a new register, right? Okay. A new link name is link name having set. Or the set in the link name, right? Parameter set, right? Or a new link name is e-link name I1 descriptor conjunction blah 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 L2. So you could give a variable a functional return. Yeah. Right, so it creates a pointer, right? So it creates a pointer. So in Krem, this is called a proxy and is afterward referenced using a special proxy function indicator P. So A, this is E accumulated whole I1 up from 1 and I2 down from 100. A, that is E, invert I1 is P this. E display P that would display positive fulcrum, so point and Krem's 00019 80198 and Tekram 01980 19800. E display A something else is Krem decimal. You have a functional for decimal, right? So we're on watch, so you have, right, you have an analytical for all watched systems, right? You study them and port them. You just read the shit in. You don't even have to do anything. It just converts, right? Through Tremania. Okay. So you can literally heartbeat fucking everything that's going on. Literally where every damn little electron is. Okay. Do you use snap mapping for that? Parallelity? It's a parallax, right? Okay. Alright. That makes sense. Okay, so would display and assign the value to the link name. Something else. Negative Krem 00000 00013 A Krem 32740 skip So to explain a little more, so what about this this annotation with A? Do you think A is apt? Right, because that's what it is. That's the fucking fulcrum. It's not 0. Right. If you're talking about ratios. Exactly. So, none of the people don't think about this kind of shit here, dude. Nobody ever questions the fundamentals of mathematics, man. They just assume that it's been so long and so well established that you can't question that. You damn sure should. That's one thing I like about Krem is, well, you're always fucking looking at everything, dude. Anyway, I forgot to do something here, man. Okay, so To explain a little more about the notation used in the descriptions above, I, 1 or 2 is the functional evaluation subject boundary definitions, which, like a variable, substitutes all values contained in L1 and L2 to produce the set return value or range. Is sets I1 or I2 to L1 or L2 literally, respectively. Above is values greater than exclusionary below. You are correct. Above is values greater than exclusionary. Below is values less than exclusionary. Up from is values greater than and including. Down from is values less than and including, consisting of set is discretely defined set of inputs generally accumulated and named using name set function I. It is noteworthy I could be a range or a collection resultant of evaluations or explicitly defined values, and accumulation of additional items is generally done in one range definition, not a procedural walkthrough, which is far superior to binary systems where expressions have to be evaluated one at a time. Was it preceding? Yeah. Damn it. Where in the fuck? As described after is, L1 is the functional parameter to be evaluated and L2 is the second, L2 being optional. However, omission assumes natural numerical limitations which exist in all systems in reality. There are generally only 2 parameters per function evaluation because there is, in logical evaluation, generally 2 limitations for input under any given consideration at time. A minimum, maximum, or range set, whether explicitly defined or expanded, and indicates a concatenation of sets L1 and L2, or indicates both sets L1 and L2 are acceptable. XOR so the indexing T, that would be the container. And then within you have the spatial definitions, so there's 3, yeah? Okay, so for example, how would you handle the 4 dimensions then if you were to use a function? Oh. Okay, so just for the record, they said they would create a container, or not a container, a controller, and tune it for what they would call considerations. Okay, and that controller would be responsible for maintaining the balance in those considerations. You could set, for example, the whole controller to be a frame and then have 3 considerations that are balanced in it. Each consideration would be as a functional consideration of a range. And the balance would be, the balancing therefore would be algorithmic analysis and interplay between those considerations. But generally, when you get down to functional operation, you're dealing with function, parameter 1, parameter 2, function range. Yeah, even in 4-dimensional systems, function range is what it boils down to. Okay, so I think that was an interesting question. XOR indicates that hold up a second. L1 is a functional parameter to be evaluated, and L2 is the second, L2 being optional. However, the omission assumes natural numerical limitations, which exist in all systems and reality. There are generally only 2 parameters per functional evaluation because there is, in a logical evaluation, generally 2 limitations for input after any consideration at a time. Okay. Assumes natural language. Natural, numerical, also natural or defined numerical limitations which exist in all systems and reality. There are generally only 2 parameters per functional evaluation because there is in a logical evaluation generally 2 limitations for input under any given consideration at time. A minimum, a maximum, or a range set, whether explicitly defined or span, and indicates a concatenation of sets L1 and L2, or indicates both sets L1 and L2 are acceptable. XOR indicates set L1 should be differentiated in results from set L2, and the returning value is a twofold return set link name, return value, or set and 1, XOR return value or set and 2. And it is logically only acceptable to use one or the other, not both, in further evaluations, such as the case required to successfully evaluate roots without relying on undefined substitution values like imaginary numbers. Evaluate is implied. The returning value is always thereafter referenced with the functional name, the link name preceding it for the system integrity purposes. In Krem, the entire functional value returned would be surrounded in ellipse, not parentheses. Parentheses are the nearest anglicized equivalent. In range processing systems, there are generally not predetermined data type definitions except those employed using based toolkits loosely translated as constructions and modules and frameworks, and more capable systems of speech, because this limits the functional capability of algorithmic implementations. The approximate equivalent is, therefore, to tag all functional returns with the generating function, which allows very apparent and comprehensive tracing of algorithmic failures and state in a single clearly articulable set, which may be passed again as a parameter to other range processing systems. You find no fault in that? Okay, thank you. Recursion, lambda, self-reference within self of a functional definition, is explicitly illegal in this system. The logical equivalent to this is to use parent-child functions, and if a child becomes a parent, there's an additional set redefinition which copies the child definition into a parent in recognition that something cannot be considered as a result of itself. The reason this is the way it is because recursion leads reliably to total system failure in a range processing system which is constructed of analog components. It may have a digital subset but does not rely on it for primary functionality. Range processing systems are generally extremely faster than digital ones, utilizing the same share of resources to construct. Therefore, the Krem system implementations tend to avoid digital implementations outside of discrete functional needs. Okay. because that's what it means to use it. Okay, so therefore the Krem system implementations tend to avoid digital implementations outside of discrete functional needs. It is also understood in places using Krem that the employment of recursion in solution candidates was originated as an attempt to prove capability in producing something functionally, taking nothing as an input. This was logically and actually impossible, but the attempt to do so aimed at explaining the origination of God. Krem has always classed this as an illegal functional approach because that's what it means to use it. Okay, elaborate on that. What do you mean? I don't have the historical context because I'm veiled, man. So of what you can tell me, you'll get warned if you can't. Like, tell me what you can, though. Yeah, I know Nimrod. Piece of shit. What about him? That's where that came from? Alright, so my supposition there is not quite. It'll be uninterrupted. An application of this concept can be used to produce fuck breakdowns, more commonly known as black holes. This process seems the fuck into itself. Depatterning out. Yeah. Okay, so or circular reference, an application of this concept can be used to produce fuck breakdowns, more commonly known as black holes. This process seams the fuck into itself, which has an effect similar to holding two mirrors up to each other. It breaks the containment integrity fundamentally, leading to massive energetic discharge and plasmatic burnoff along an axis of subfuck singularity. This is also commonly known as depatterning out. This happens because the integral fuck resiliency is destroyed as its available spatial containment allocation is reduced to that approaching the elemental tether store configuration. Maximum it attaches to in the high compression layer. Which is nearly singular in ratio when compared to the universe, right? So it basically just it pulls it in so fucking tight you have a like a fucking silly string shootout, right? That just fucking cooks. Yeah? And everything just basically through a fucking straw, yeah? Is that about accurate? Alright, so an application to as can be used in fuck breakdowns, more commonly known as black holes. This process seems to fuck into itself, which has the effect similar to holding two mirrors up to each other. So it fits into the boundaries of its reflection as fast as it is reflected. It breaks the containment. Yeah, because this is like what happens in a wipeout. Or it's really similar to it. Not quite. Wipeout's a little different, but I mean, like, we've had fucking accidents like this, dude. Like literally where you can't fucking find anything left of them. You know they got fucked off. You just can't find a piece. You can't find anything. There's almost a total fucking obliteration, dude. We had to go back when we got better shit and when we implemented SnapMap and we had to go looking for them. We didn't find them until that. It was very fucking sad shit, dude. Especially when it happens to a whole fucking fleet at the same time. Which has been done. Okay, what was the rest of that about it? Are getting silly stringed. getting silly stringed. If it happens to a person. Wipe out. Wipe out if it's an accident in vehicular travel, or getting silly stringed if it happens to a person in gating applications. This happens because the integral fuck resiliency is destroyed as its available spatial containment allocation is reduced to that approaching the elemental tether store configuration maximum it attaches to in the high compression layer, which is nearly singular in ratio when compared to the universe. It binds. So, what else on the recursion? Notably, do I have notably for a while? Okay, notably, Nimrod was said to have employed recursion draw in his loosely, it was a projectile, right? Notably, Nimrod was said to have employed a recursion draw in his projectile designed to kill God. Scientists have been interested in that. Even if it draws Earth into it. Well, that's exactly what the fuck you stupid fuckers detonated, dude. Trying to get me. It was one of those, man. You stupid fucks. You did a nuke, too. Like, fucking shit, man. You guys have no fucking brain. Like, shit, man. It never ceases to fucking amaze me, the kind of stupid shit you come up with. Like, fuck, dude. It's fucking hilarious, man. But anyway, is that right? Nimrod was said to have employed a recursion draw in his projectile designed to kill God. Scientists have no greater interest today than attempting to create such a condition, even if it draws Earth into it. Their explanations for why they want to are dubious. Anyway, continuing an explanation of Krem as a measurement system, each group of 5 place values, scalar spans, is offset by a comma, and the naming incrementalization is tiered by the logical 10th power factor scalar, annotated in Krem as NF1. Earth is expressed as n times 10 to the 9th, n times 10 billion, and each uniquely named basic measurement standard is an NF1 factor over the last. Yes. You think I shouldn't put that in for purposes of disunity? Fucking fine. I thought it was funny though, man, because it's fucking true. Isn't it? Okay. Notably, Nimrod was said to have employed a recursion draw snare in his projectile designed to kill God. Yeah, Nimrod didn't fucking get it, dude. Like, what the fuck, man? We still have a ways to go. Do you guys want to take a break? Are you sure? How you doing, CleighPah? Did you get fixed up with some Tabulin and some Chemax? They gave you dripping? Driping. What's that? Oh. You got Tabulin though, right? Oh, okay. I wish I had some of that shit. Will you bring some over to my house? Yeah, will you bring me some? Ah, come on. Please. I need it. I know. I know, it's not fair, man. Damn it. Why won't you help me? I know. I want it. I need it. No one will see you. Yeah. You could be here in 5 minutes, man. Yeah, you could. Why don't you all come here and lower a gate, just bonk, in my backyard, and I'll put it in my, in my garage or something. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, just bring me a deployable. I'll set it up. Yeah, I'll figure it out. It'll be familiar. Which version are you using? Structs. Okay. Yeah, I can do that. I know how to fucking do that. We've been using those forever. Yeah, bring it over, man. Sorry. Ot it moktoko fo ochuto orokto o. Kemera e chikiri be ono moktoko wo i tira tera ma no krobo krovi wo chino moa. Ono mokro. Shakra vi moa. Hora mi chiede vedere ono moktoko ho shiwa. Ma chi fide bata do kre me wada kina ma kan ya no ma gi tira tera ma ko do bata ko video wo te kini ma wo chi wo ta. Ah, danke ma no potu ko ma wo te re kiti ma ka to ro wo chi ko ma no potu ko fu ma wo chi. So gonna be all broke for him, won't you? Hi, could you better want to wait ya? Well, I guess we better get it done then. Damn it. I wish this was simpler, man. Che avrà ti revolto con ma to poco ci per ma ci ma mo ci ma ci che ver ma che te ba ora ko ora ci ma che ti vuoi che ta chi ci ma to ci che ver ma Cara van ma che ora ci ma ba to ve what te ma to bo. Done. Ti bro che ti vuoi ciao. Yeah, cao chứ đâu mà tôi có bro chỉ cho cao cái chứ what I don't mean to go ro chỉ mà cái mà cái thế với cái mà tôi bật go ro chỉ cái đó tôi mà tôi go mà à thế với cái mà nó chỉ cái à đi nhỉ cái đó chỉ mà nó I know, and it's like tôi mà cái tôi cái phải go mà nó yeah, and they know it, and that's why they did it, so fuck them. Anyway. Sembra 4 euro, ma non tocco per il Spread. Gonna be double tocco per il muoce. HCU. terima. Mana kita ni dapat tak kau video macam mana kita orang mana aja gini mana aku tu orang mana. CleighPah aja ni mana tu kau beri mana. The water macam aku beri kau fina mana macam kau. Jumpa kau orang mana aja. FekTorLem cembar kau terus aja cina mah. SchallohQuor Pro kau jadi mana. Mana kau terus orang mana kau wujud kira mana. Harus kau tahu video mana buku orang macam cara pakai kaki mana wah. Are you sure? Kau berapa wujud pada kau mana mana? Hoje que primo, prok. Kamera i mana mau kuturua. Hoje que primo. Kamera outro mau tu ku vo i ji mo. Ik dire mo. Siapa orang kutura mo? Pro que jibe na kutura, mana kutura, ada mana kutura i ji mana que jibe ada kena nemrod. Hem cek aja terus yang mana aku perwai je. Mana aku terima toko maju gating fixation. Ada begitu loh, itu orang mau tahu cuma. Terima tak dia berapa cuy dah mah. Harga berapa mantan pro kau ini cuma. Kamera mana cekir pada buk tu kamera mana aja. Arkanya kalau mana baru kau video iki je ramai orang guru. Iki video mau aja. Jika ada kata orang macam aku bawa lagi cina mana kau cekir buat tahu je. Kan vi att mok toko ho jo i cina. Was based on or not based on, designed using khi phải add element chỉ ở chỗ của một vị trí فأجيكي بلا وقتكم مروي وجيه هكذا بين ما تقدر تجي على مروجيا. The weapon was designed using a Krem system derivative explicitly purposed for the attempt with very high popular participation in retaliation for the flood. هيك في جمع أوروغواي. كنما أتأكد يعوك جمع. The weapon was designed using a Krem system derivative explicitly purposed for the attempt with very high popular participation in retaliation for and to try and avoid another retribution like the flood, which was universally felt in various degrees of severity. Almost. كيف ما أدري مكتوب. Cioè, che era un poco per me, vuoi già, Gigi? Un poco per me, guarda, che vuole che dormo. Cioè, chi vi rimane per cui? It has been supposed that the high compression layer was used as the fundamental lever to achieve the flood, although it was not understood where the energetic and massive transaction originated. Introductive, right? Introductive energy. Notably, Nimrod was said to have employed a recursion draw snare in his projectile designed to kill God. It also consisted of other complementary mechanisms and had a gated envelope delivery system. The weapon was designed using a Krem system derivative explicitly purposed for the attempt, with very high popular participation in retaliation for and to try and avoid another retribution like the flood, which is almost universally experienced in various degrees of severity. It has been supposed that the high compression layer was used as the fundamental lever to achieve the flood, although it was not understood where the introductive, energetic, and massive transaction originated. Used in all fuck construction. Even below basic, used in all fuck construction. Yeah, cause fuck has for both store and conduit. Did I make fucking definitions of these two? Store, I did, and conduit. Yes, I fucking did. Okay. Lambda solution is the condition that yields the most primary possible sub-fuck configuration, even below basic, used in commonly in all fuck construction for both store and conduit. Of stable utilization of lambda solution. And its inverse function. So it is widely supposed the key to understanding creation is in attainment of stable utilization of lambda solution and its inverse function. Krem specifically avoids trying for this solution not explaining how to make something out of nothing. Nothing organized. Depatterning out, wipe out if it's an accident or vehicle. Getting silly stringed. Okay, so hold up. Let me break this up a little bit. There we go. Okay, so it is also understood in places using Krem that the employment of recursion in solution candidates was originated as an attempt to prove the capability in producing something functionally, taking nothing as an input. As in an uninterrupted lambda or circular reference. An application of this concept can be used to produce fuck breakdowns, more commonly known as black holes. This process seams the fuck into itself, which has an effect similar to holding two mirrors up to each other, except if the result was that if the mirror fit into the boundaries of its reflection as fast as it reflected. Except if the result was that the mirror fit into the boundaries of its reflection as fast as it is reflected. It breaks the containment integrity fundamentally, leading to massive energetic discharge and plasmatic burn-off along the axis of sub-fuck singularity. This is also commonly known as depatterning out, wipe out if it's an accident in vehicular travel, or getting silly stringed if it happens to a person in gating applications. Furthermore, if this condition is achieved in all paradigms, the individual is said to have been disorganized. Which is essentially destroyed unrecoverably. This happens because the integral fuck resiliency is destroyed and its available spatial containment allocation. So the integral fuck resiliency is approaching infinitely compressed in one frame as its available spatial containment allocation is reduced to that approaching the elemental tether store configuration maximum it attaches to in the high compression layer, which is nearly singular in ratio when compared to the universe it binds. Notably, Nimrod was said to have employed a recursion draw snare in his projectile designed to kill God. It also consisted of other complementary mechanisms and had a gated envelope delivery system. The weapon was designed using a Krem system derivative explicitly purposed for the attempt, with very high popular participation and retaliation for and to try and avoid another retribution like the flood, which was almost universally experienced in various degrees of severity. It has been supposed that the high compression layer was used as the fundamental lever to achieve the flood, although it was not understood where the introductive, energetic, and massive transaction originated. One theory was that God has application using an inversion lambda, but without lambda solution, this is not attainable. Lambda solution is the condition that yields the most primary possible sub-fuck configuration, even below basic, used commonly in all fuck construction for both store and conduit. It is widely supposed the key to understanding creation is in attainment of stable utilization of lambda solution and its inverse function. But Krem specifically avoids trying for this solution because its purpose is in handling all that which exists, not explaining how to make something out of nothing organized. Which exists. Which exists organizationally, right? Not explaining how to make something out of nothing organized. The perverse Krem system is generally flagged as order out of chaos, or order from chaos, right? Krem is rightfully Krem is quite intentionally flagged as order arises from order. Order arising. Order begets order, right? Order begets order. the perverse Krem system called Kavlak, right? Is generally flagged as order from chaos. Krem is quite intentionally flagged as order begets order. So the perverse Krem system called Kavlak. Is it Klavak or Kavlak? Klavlak? Klavik. Kavlik. Kevlik. Kevlik? Kevlik. Kevlik. Like that? Kevlik? Right, nobody has the right damn accent anymore. Good luck, right? Okay, so the perverse Krem system called Kevlek is generally flagged as order from chaos. Krem, I'm going to put Krem is first because it's positive. Alright, so Krem is quite intentionally flagged as order begets order. The perverse Krem system called Kavlak is generally flagged as order from chaos. Disagreements in effort between the two schools of thought objectives, purpose, intentionalities, and efforts has led to many very serious wars. So, gone depending. Okay, so one is submissive to God and the other opposes or attempts to surpass God depending on the school. It was said Michael originally chaired one and Satan the other. They're called primary witnesses. No H, witnesses, right? Primary, okay. So on Earth, these viewpoints are generally rejected flat out, but in many places utilizing Krem, there are individuals old enough to remember the times in which some of these events occurred. They're called primary witnesses. They're called primary witnesses and are still in good health. How many do we have left, man? Hekti toko pro. Shock to the moto utoku fuji. Hudorok toki dumoto ufuku tuto. Kamare echiki da takatoro mokufu. Fuchuke toko to ucheka takata uchukutu o. Moto uia. Heck you won't. If you got my bad work to do much one, Jamie, I like or check out that I might talk about work for them, which will cook away me to what out. Cavity out about Tokyo Bombo to work each and more, I take out, come more. Have I come out of Willie for a gate, but I want to watch work here. Have me keep him more. Charter to make the Brogo, Jim, I'll talk about off, I'll go, oh, Jojo, man, what you eat, and I'm a terrible worker, Jay, watch you. Chamakoto. Oh, café, but put you book with me, memoir. Évidemment. Book to the dark Jamaku. She'll get out Marakuturu Jiawa. No. Good for him, Marwa. Check up on what you attack and went away. Jane? Fuck Jamal. Bro, chicken me get a moto, good way. And Joe could have been more. Heck of a brook. Javi could be a marker on. Hakavrim, Prokijivera, Atakativera about Goofy Maway. Chow Condamano, but I try to give you a man who could work with. Harama took for. Continuing the explanation of Krem as a measurement system, each group of 5 place values, scalar spans, is offset by a comma. Still, that's enough on that other shit, right? Okay. And the naming incrementalization is tiered by the logical 10th power factor scalar, annotated in Krem as NF1. Earth is... I don't know why Earth is in parentheses here. Earth is expressed as... Earth's expression as n times 10 to the 9th equals n times 10 billion, each uniquely named basic measurement standard as NF1 factor over the last. Logically, each additional logical 10th power factor scalar adds 10 more place values scalar spans to the number n, so NF2 is expressed as n times 10 to the 19th, adding 20 place values scalar spans For clean functional tabulation, numerical values in Krem are always expressed in grouping sets of 10 scalar spans only, each 5 separated by a comma. Native Krem uses a backslash, so there. Origination Krem. Krem-based systems are also made to be digit character agnostic as long as there are 10 digits and equivalency function equivalency function. One may use the language set suitable to them. May use the language set suitable to them. This makes Krem very easy to adopt and highly portable. Using Tremania. Alright, so extrapolated for scale, this enables figures to be neatly handled as rows in sets rather than the run-on condition found in decimal systems unless precision is sacrificed. Math without precision is moot in real applications. Krem-based systems are also made to be digit character digitally character agnostic as long as there are 10 digits and an equivalency function. A localized group may use the language set suitable to them. This makes Krem very easy to adopt and highly portable using Tremania. For example, the basic tiering implementation of the Krem system of measurement follows. One F1 Krems is one Tekrem. 1F1 Tekrems is one Torkrem. 1F1 Torkrems is one Kilkrem. 1F1 Kilkrems is one Shikrem. 1F1 Shikrems is one Holkrem. 1F1 Holkrems is one Nukrem. 1F1 Nukrems is one Melikrem. 1F1 Melikrems. 1F1 Melikrems is one Vekrem. 1F1 Vekrems is one Felkrem. 1F1 Felkrems is one Lakrem. So, Lakrem 1 is Krem 1F10. And Holkrem 1 is Krem 1F5. That's right. Sorry. Okay. So it would be like that, right? CleighPah, that's fine. Just come back when you can, okay? You've been very helpful, thank you. Alright, so no additional explanation is needed there. Okay. So, to combine measurement standards for precision, one would annotate from largest to smallest using tabulation. Thus, considering the sum 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 0. Okay. Okay, we'll do that then. Nine, 1, 3, 5, 4. Six, 9, 7, 8, 0. Five, four, three, two, one. Four, 5, 8, 2, 2. 13, 21, 7. 4, 3, 5, 1, 8. 0, 8, 0, 1, 2. 6, 7, 7, 7, 1. 14, 2, 5, 8. 6, 6, 6, 7, 8. 2, 8, 8, 8, 1. 9, 7, 9, 8, 1. 8, 3, 8, 9, 1. 9, 5, 9, 7, 0, 3. Be on my bed. Oh. 30609. One oh one two zero. Fifteen, 16. Seventeen, 21, 123.45 is right, and then 24, 26. $28, 30, 1. $99, 9, 6, 6. Would be annotated as a tabulation set range span largest to smallest, the whole set enclosed in an ellipse and preceded by a directional character indicating ascension or descension. Every row in the tabulation has 10 scalar spans. Place values always. Oh yeah, you would, huh? I'm all stupid about it. Krem. F1, F2, F3, F4, F5, F6, F7, F8, F9, F10. Depending on the application, it may be convenient to express the whole set relative to a single unit specification. So the above set could also be stated as. Thank you. It's gone back and forth, dude. I am. Sure. Well, I was looking at okay. Well, what would the alternative be? No, it's okay. We're F1, F2, F3, F4, F5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so if we were to take this whole thing though and divide it by 1F2. Or multiply it by 1 over 1F2. Oh, okay. So I'm jumping the gun on that? Alright. Sorry. Okay, so Krem uses the idea of leverage or fulcrum for values between 0 and 1. Is CleighPah coming back? How old is CleighPah? She has little kids still? Oh. Well, that's good, I guess. It's kind of weird to have like brothers and sisters who are older than your grandparents, though, you know. I know. I know, this must be weird as fuck to you guys, man. You're like talking to a distant ancestor, and I'm like, not that old. It's weird as shit, isn't it? Okay. Okay. No, we can continue. I just had an upset stomach. Put a couple of things on it, you know. I'm gonna eat a handful of peanuts real quick. Is there a unit binary? Oh, so it's just a lot brighter all the time? How close is it? Really? So, how would that brightness in the sky be different than Jupiter here? So even though it's about the same distance and size, it looks like it's about 4 times as big? Well, that's cool. Thank you, CleighPah. Alright. Krem uses the idea of a yeah, we're finally getting into expression. Yeah. Okay. So Krem uses the idea of leverage or fulcrum for values between 0 and 1. 0 is an unattainable limit, undefined, or imaginary number in Krem. The commonly taught aspect describing the distance between 0 and 1 is that it is a scalar in its best application, which is very useful in transcendental physics applications. Okay. The fulcrum is the limit approaching 1 from 0 such that 1 is unattainable, or it would be 1. The reason this limit is called the fulcrum is that it defines the boundary between natural reckoning and the key application of values between 1 and 0, which is the inversion relative to spans greater than or equal to 1. Yeah, it's not inversion. What would you call that? Fractional. Because it's talking about the high compression layer. Because basically, when they're hitting quantum entanglement, they're all like, "Wow, nobody knows how the fuck that works." But we're looking at that like, "Well, shit, they're pinging the fucking high compression layer, and it's time to, you know, get involved before they fucking kill a whole bunch of people." Right? Okay. So for precision or to indicate this is wrong, I know it. So for precision or to indicate would you call it a fractional set? Okay. Fractional set, one would annotate thus, considering the sum which can either be called considering would be annotated as tabulation set range span largest to smallest, the entire set enclosed in ellipse. Proceed with the direction and fulcrum. Oh, hold up a sec. Okay. And a fulcrum character. Similar to an A, angle size equivalent to dot, which separates the whole from a partial. In the Krem system, it is understood that this is a partial scalar application to a whole. Can be useful in conversion or differential applications, both theoretical and actual. So I'll do this, man. Okay, what were you gonna tell me about the or part of this? So you could do, yeah, that is what I specifically have a question about right here, because you could do would you do you would put that inside. So okay, you have A, Krem, and then the annotation after this. Yeah, specifically wanted to know down here because, yeah, I started to get there. It's like, well, how in the hell would you, how would you annotate that if you were to go straight to this? Because for this, logical 10th power factor scalar. So in order for it to get initial, oh shit, that's right. 1 times 10 to the 9th, yeah? The inverse of that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Are you guys starting to zone out, man? I'm lost in the weeds, man. And because if we did 1 times 10 to the negative 9. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's only 8 because it's 10. But if you do 1 times 10 to the 9th, fucking retarded shit. 1 times 10 to the 9th, inversion, 3, 6, 9, 10. Yeah, so it doesn't neatly, you can't neatly offset it that way either. It's implied by the fulcrum, but do you just start, you started off the first one? Okay, yes. So, as you counted up there, after the fulcrum, you skip one and then it goes from there. So F1, just like this. Okay, it's kind of fucking me up, dude. Sorry, man. Well, which definition? Actually, I use this definition that's in here. Belittling my brain. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, so you have your fulcrum. Wherever you set that fulcrum, if you increment, it's down incremented, right? For the tenth logical power factor. Right, because that is what it does. Well, how do you do it? I'm gonna go get a drink. Keep talking to me, man. Yes, show me examples. Pop me in experiential, dude. I do understand that, so it's a matter of resolution. Okay. Pretty much. pretty much. Alright. So when would you use this? So on your system, this would be like, okay, this whole thing would be circled. It would have little up caret Krem, and then this whole thing would be circled. Then each of the, it would have the fulcrum, and then these would be circled, right? So what was the Krem difference between positive and the A? Yeah. Okay. Alright, so noting that when expressed below the fulcrum, the 10th logical power factor scalar value is inverted. For Krem system, it is not commonly the case. Values are tabulated with fractional components at all. This is because Krem uses a concept known as appropriate resolution. That is, if you're expressing a value, they'll use the one allowing expression in whole units or trim the result to whole units. The fulcrum A is generally only used in conversion or assertion of proportionalities, which are then resolved using appropriate resolution. So, to represent a sum of precision in one tabulation, one would indicate thus. No, I'll go back and do that later. Okay, so this is right? Or as thus, yeah? Krem. And you would take all of this shit out, right? Sorry. You take all of this out. Alright. So we'd have F1, F2, F3, F4, F5, F6, F7, F8, F9, F10, F1, F2, F3, F4, F5, F6, F7, F8, F9, F10. Right? If you were to end up with a composite figure like that, yeah? That's okay. Considering the sums in the series, 0.1345 Krem, negative 1345.67890 Krem, and 21 Tekrem. Except the lines would go all the way across. Like so. One would indicate the set as follows: the elements separated by a horizontal line, the width of the elemental annotation, also noting that native Krem the origination Krem representation would encircle the whole element in addition to the grouping. But what about values in excess of the representation increment LightChrome? There are additional named steppings beyond this every 10th logical 10th power factor scalar, beginning with LightChrome 1F10, which is 1 times 10 to the 99th LightChromes. To have a more LightChrome. K Lake Room, Dare Lake Room, Fair Lake Room, Chemi Lake Room, Sheeny Lake Room, Vinny Lake Room, Laley Lake Room, Delhi Lake Room, Kimley Lake Room. SchallohQuor, is this correct? FekTorLem, is this correct? CleighPah, is this correct? There are further steppings, and each set increases in differential by a factor of 10 logical 10th power factor scalars. This is not correct. Yeah, this is where I kind of got screwed up on Okay, so my question is then, if you have, say, Lake Room, 1F100, is that Delhi Lake Room 1F10? Where I was running into trouble is, okay, if you're trying to put, trace it from Krem's all the way up to lycrums. Yeah, do you see that mistake? Alright, so one lycrum is 1F10 Krems. That's a lot of rows though. I mean, at that kind of scale, is that kind of separation necessary? So how many is it total? $100,000? So there are further steppings and each set increases in differential. So how many would you take? Yeah, I think my blood sugar's crashing, man. I'm just looking at it and my brain is not, it's not doing it, man. It's too many zeros. Like, so it's kind of like zeroing in on it. But what if you miss? Oh, I see. So it's like a series of trap doors that stops at the floor you need it on. It's like an elevator. Oh. Well, what about this scaling then? I've got a right. You know, like, how do you handle the scales upward of that? Okay, roger that. 10 digit width always, right? Okay. Well, then what's your row max? So you work in 10 by 10s. You work in 100 digits per time, per chunk. Why don't you ever round? Oh. Yeah, if it ain't gonna fit, don't force it, huh? CleighPah, you're gonna make me blush, man. And she said, yeah, it's not like a vagina, Jason. These are rigid systems. Okay, well, that's what makes them durable, right? You don't ever try to cram through more than it can take. Manage, manage, manage. That's right. Well, I'm glad you were listening. I'm glad you guys were listening when I kept on hounding you on that. Manage, manage, manage. If it's more than you can do at that time, you manage it. Yeah? You remember all those speeches? Manage, manage, manage. And then you guys got so sick of hearing that shit. Oh. Yeah, it's not lost on me. We're stuck on line 666. Well, it is. So yes, that is what's annoying me. Like, well, if that's the case, then okay. Right, we do. Right, we do like we do maybe six significant digits. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you guys do like 100 default. Yeah. Shit here just doesn't fucking work. I'm sorry for, you know what I mean. It doesn't work. Yeah, because math is like a second thought, man. If that. So yes, that was my specific question as well. If you have these steppings, you have named steppings, incremental, for each 10 set of logical 10th power factor scalars, right? Okay, how far do we have to get before we hit like universal dimensions? Is that why when you do a push pop it's like not quite? Yeah, because you all were showing me when you were doing push pops. Well, not you. This is, I guess, for you, this is in ancient times. But yeah, they were showing me. You know push pops, right? Okay. So yeah, that was the thing that they run into is because they're doing push pops through the high compression, and it's real fast. It's just they gotta do they gotta get their shit straight on that before they do it. Okay. I do. I see my error. So do the names have a meaning? Like, I'm looking at these prefixes and stuff, and I don't understand. I don't know any of these words, man. Yeah, metric wouldn't exactly apply because the paradigm is not the same. Right. Yeah, it's essentially oriented around 1,000 increments. This is oriented around 10 billion. So all right, let me get fresh. I'll be right back. I don't. Been a long time since I did anything useful with it. I was looking at maybe dusting off a calculus book, but you know, if you have a calculus book versus, hey, you can write a program in any language, which one do you want to use to do almost anything? You want to go for the program. Because you can mold it into whatever you need it to be. Including any application in calculus, man. If you understand the fundamental breakdown of it. So let's just end the next 10. Because I'm retarded. Oh, you know I am. You all are so much smarter than me. You have no idea. how much I struggle with this stuff. Yeah, I do. Because I'm looking at for consistency and annotation. But you are correct. Is this a correct word? SchallohQuor? And so this would be if we were to continue this, that kind of helps me track, like if I was going to deconvert to Krems. So this should really be over here. Yeah. And you want me to nix all of these? Why? Okay. So it would always be a maximum of 10? I kind of understand, but I'm wondering about, okay, well, if that's the case, what about precision? So sets, yeah? So, okay, for example, you would do that 100 digits in a block in its grouping, yeah? I have a hard time with this Dell Kim Lightroom. It's a Lightroom, not a Lightroom. Yeah? It's said differently. Kimley Lightroom. Okay. Okay, so these higher scale measurement spends are very important in large scale systematic extrapolation in particular. Just for comparison, camera cam 1 is Krem. Ten, 20, 30, 40, 70, 80, 90, 100, 10, 20, 30, 40, 60, 70, 80, 90. Yeah, I'm missing one. One, two, three, four, six, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What's the 10th one? Yeah, after camera Krem, what's next? Krem? Okay, so we have a Krem. One is Krem 1F200, right? Ten. Ten, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Krem is Krem 1F200, right? Which is equal in meters to 5 point blah 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 plus E2. How many zeros? $2,000. Okay, so Milky Way galaxy, blah blah blah. Okay. So that's the wrong size. Four times. So they're just not reflective enough for us to see, pretty much. Oh, makes sense. Alright, so going back to my stupid spreadsheet here. So if I had input in meters, equals 9.5 times 10 to the 20th. Oh, it is 20. Oh, okay. What was it? FekTorLem 17. Krem. Krem. They're all tabbed, right? Oh. Krem is then okay. One, two, three, four. Oh shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. that is about Torquem, Techrum, Krem. I do have that right. I don't have my head up my ass, do I? Of course I do. Yeah. So we'll ask what's the difference or distance to the nearest galaxy in meters. Nearest galaxies, so the Milky Way. Status says galaxy disputed. Millions of light years. Draco 2. Okay. This is an interesting little page, man. I know people can look at that shit and they're like, oh, there's nobody out there, man. I know it's retarded. I don't know how they can stand themselves, man. Okay, millions of light years. MPC. Yes, guys are like, it's expanding. Dude, the universe flexes, man. Everything around it, in it. It's like shit. It's like nutmeg swirling in milk, man. You're like, it's expanding in every direction. No, we're just moving, and so is everything else. Every fucking thing is moving. If it wasn't moving, it would be dead. Right? So... Da 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 da. Magnitude. A local group. Why are they all local groups, man? Not really, but okay. Wherever. Parsecs. Well, what I was looking for is, okay, what are some bases of comparison, man? But I don't, there's nothing that's like, okay, this is something that's even gonna register, man. So it's F200 times 10, right? Or to the 10th. 10th, whatever. Yeah. Alright, so it's Krem F200, which is equal in meters to 5.471160 blah 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 4. So, what's an application I could use this for, man? Okay, so here's one. Hoag's object. That is about fuck? It's not even out of TorCrem. So let's ask another damn question. How many gold atoms are in a gold bar? Fucking retarded shit. Why would you want to calculate it when you can count it, man? I don't understand this character set, man. What the fuck, man? Yeah, I'm in the weeds, sorry. Okay, so when you get to the Krem, so if you're tabulating that, you would say it was the Krem band. Your function would be Krem. And then you'd have a more Krem function. FekTorLem, VekTorLem, MetLikrem, NilKrem, HolKrem, ShikRem, KillKrem, TorKrem, TechKrem, Krem. But that first one we would just call the Krem band, the fundamentals. Oh, that's in Likrems. That's right, because it's decimals. So your basic right here, your first 10, that is line 728, right? You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 above that. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and that's a more Krem. Then you'd have your more Krem band, right? And running tens of that. So if you were processing, if you're doing calculations or extrapolations, you would go by band. 100 digits per band. And you'd just pass the differentials, right? So do you do, this is what I was wanting to ask before we get any further into this kind of stuff. Do you do yeah, like squares and stuff? Do you have mathematical functions? How do you apply those? Tabulation, like the addition I get, subtraction I get, division is more complicated, but you would, for division, you would just apply it and then pass it on down, right? So you would start at the top and then just scale it down, kind of like that, huh? And for multiplication, you start at the bottom and go up, right? Just carry those digits, right? So you would multiply each band for multiplication and division. You would multiply or divide each band and then pass up or down your division you would defer down, and multiplication you would defer up row by row. So what if you were to apply a power? Why wouldn't you use exponents? Are you serious? So the real practical applications of exponents are minimal. Man, if I told my math teacher that, her head would explode. They get all stuck on that shit. Has little application outside of near acceleration. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Oh, just for the record, that they were talking about, well, you don't handle that using squares, man. Not in a Krem system because it runs on frames. Boom, 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 boom. You use differentials and you would do basically a curve differential on that. It's compounded, basically. It's fast as fuck, dude. So you just it's kind of like being able to do calculus in real time all the time. So yeah, if your whole system is running on pulses, dunk 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 dunk, and everything is concurrent, frame by frame by frame by frame by frame, you don't have to sit there and wait for transaction level things to process because they all fucking do per flop. See what I mean? Yeah, it's fast as fuck, dude. Anyway, it's real interesting shit, dude. I love systems shit, man. Yeah, that was my question. CleighPah, thank you for answering that. Like, that was my real curiosity, like, for standard mathematical functions, if your system runs like that, then you're mostly working with incrementals. If you're running at that kind of a clip, and so you're more concerned about nuance, right? Even in extrapolation, because it runs at the same, the same extrapolation rate. So how would you manage that, though, if you're running a simulation on something using a current scrape, but you want to know what it's going to do in 10 years, but it's actually set on the current frame rate, on that kind of a thing? Yeah, do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, okay. 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 So the answer then was you use scalars and you shorten the span on frame differentials on when you take frame to frame. And you can compress an extrapolation pretty far out, and you can do it pretty fast. That's kind of what I was thinking. But still, fast is range, right? Okay. That's one of my next questions here is, okay, so if we're dealing with this kind of scale, how far do you deal, or how often do you deal with electrochrome? So you would deal with spherical accumulations? What do you do about overlap? Well, I've intervened in this, like, specific cases where there's been overlap, though. Yeah, back before before I was doing alignments, that shit was just running into each other, man. Yeah. Oh, it happened. There were whole fucking places that got their asses handed to them because they wrecked them into each other, man. On purpose. Yeah, this got pretty nasty, man. So what's an application of electrochrome, for example? So the minimum safe distance allowed for rotational acceleration in a neighborhood. You would call that a neighborhood? Yeah, I would just call them a group, but okay. That, yeah, means the same thing. Yeah, nobody really likes gerund cluster, do they? Well, it's because we've been running at such a low ratio compared to everyone else. I don't know. I would hope so, but I don't know. I look around and people just they don't want it. They don't want to do any better. And I hate it, but you know, stuck with reality too. So let's sketch out where this needs to go. Okay. This is kind of like, I don't know why, but, so, band processing, addition, basic mathematical functions, addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. Right, because you can, if you have equations and shit that you're using, you can just take the functional band that you're looking at and turn it into a variable. Yeah? Yeah, because it's just numbers. You work with it small in like an equation or something, and then you just functionally process it, right? You don't use algebra? What's imprecise about it? Interesting. CleighPah again, right? Well, CleighPah has said that, well, algebra is misleading in natural applications because it leads one to believe that there is always a perfect balance in all considerations, and there isn't always. Not always. So they rely on incrementalism and nuance. So incrementalism, band processing, basic mathematical functions, incrementalism and differentials. Oh, we'll do this. Incrementalism, differentials, frames. So if you were to do like an integration formula, for example, for a solution of that, yeah, because that's what integration even is. It's an accumulation function. So you would just do a fucking accumulation function instead of fucking around with shit nobody understands. Okay. Yeah, it's easier to understand. What if you were computing like an explosive reaction, for example, especially a nuclear reaction? Same thing, because it's fast as fuck. Right? Okay. Yeah. Keep it simple, right? Why overcomplicate the shit out of everything when it's not? Okay. I'm trying to think of, well, what else would you do, man? Mathematically, that matters. You know, what about interest computation and compounding interest? And, well, we're going to get rid of all that fucking shit, first of all. Besides, if you're working on incrementalism and differentials and frames with basic mathematical functions, then you don't need it. You don't. It really, it saves you on computational overhead quite a bit if it's just built the fuck into it. Right, so what else mathematically would you even do that you would have to have all this overhead for? Like, what would you Yeah, but that's just a matter of addressing, right? So the most complicated part about it is addressing the high compression layer, right? And enumerating that. So how would you accomplish that? Oh. Well, how would you put that into a system though? How do you put it into the system? How did I put it in the system? Let me ask you how I did it. Yeah. Are you serious? I'm trying to. Well, when did we do that? Oh, okay. Yeah, now I remember. Well, thank you for helping me. No, don't get that way about it. I didn't realize that was the case. No, I didn't. Besides, they got kind of ferocious, remember? Do you know anyone else like that? Alright, well, send them a. If you know who they are. Yeah, I'm not turning that back on. No, not with that hanging out. Because I'm going to take care of it. Yeah. So you were the pretty girl. The big blue eyes and the. Like the really nice dark brown hair. The shiny dark brown hair. Okay. Well. Yeah, but I mean, I want to know the whole extent, man. Like, do you know the others? Okay. I'm gonna put a bookmark in this. I'm gonna let this video cycle down to compression, yeah? And I'm gonna go find out, okay? Stand by, because I'm going to be getting a hold of you, okay? So, wrap up where you're at, and yeah, go home. Okay. Okay. Well, thank you for helping me. Thank you for telling me that. Alright. I'll talk to you very soon, okay? Yes. Yes. Stay available for this project, okay? I need to, but that woke my ass right up. So, you know, uh, let me go find out more about that. Now hold on. Yeah, don't start throwing a bunch of demands at me, okay? I asked you to do something, I need you to do it. Because I have to have due diligence, yeah? I'm not just gonna throw a bunch of money at you and stuff and walk away, okay? Let me go. I'll get right back with you, okay? Yes. 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 Get in a get in your own space. Where we can have a conversation, and I'll be back with you soon. Like, not soon in an hour, soon in a few minutes. Okay? Okay. Alright. SchallohQuor, FekTorLem, CleighPah. I'll be talking to you soon, okay? Maybe here in a little bit. I need to do this now. Okay? Alright. Thank you very much. See ya.